Hello. Would auto-tapper on MTGO be a desirable feature? Not really. I don't think it adds much convenience, and I've never had issues with the auto-tapping, with the tapping of mana on Magic Online. And that would be a thing that you need to pay attention for. Imagine trying to play Amulet with auto-tapper. For the most part, the MTGO system is kinda convenient. If you have exactly enough mana in your mana pool to play your spell, it just doesn't even... You can float the mana and then click the spell and it consumes all the mana. For the most part, it's pretty good quality of life. You have multiple, you have to choose the manas. And it just was never on the forefront of my mind as a thing that I found to be annoying. While whenever you play Arena and it leaves you without the color that you wanted to leave up, it feels like you get scammed and the game was ruined. But I guess you have to be familiar with the W key function. Which is very useful. They should add the corpse appraiser top decker. Well, empty-handed. Yes. Wait, actually, we rate the cards. Yeah, you're going to be rating the cards. I will be rating them too, but you're going to be helping. So we're talking about Dominaria United. I have singled out. I have 34 cards listed in my document of cards that seem to be worth mentioning at all. Of course, on top of that, there's also Painlands, and that is disregarding standard. At this point, I am few sets ago I dropped the pretense of pretending to care about standard, and I haven't played it in a long while either. United by who? I think it's United by Joda, the Unifier. How I recruited for the NBL tournament some streamer names. Do I think Spike will play? Well, I asked Spike while he was streaming and he said he maybe will play, but I don't know if he actually wants to, but I was on his stream yesterday, there was some talk of the NBL format and he was mentioning a tournament, which was pretty nice. Doomwake was saying that he's going to participate, but he's not on the list of people yet. Gab was saying that he would participate, but he also didn't enroll yet on the thing, of course. So they kind of say stuff, but they are either unruly or they will not. But we'll see. Hopefully, they will participate. Yeah, I will deal with this MBL tournament thing tomorrow and Thursday, and I'll start sending the invites to the MTG Melee event, the links. So I guess I'll just aggressively send a invite link to all of those who have semi-committed, and I'll be like, yeah, bro, join the tournament. And then once they join, then they'll be kind of harder to just, drop out. What do I think is the best anti-chalice card for GDS in the sideboard? Shattering Spree? Oh, maybe it's Shattering Spree. It's pretty tough. I'm kind of excited too to see what the tournament is going to be about. Chalice probably playable card. So if it's out of Eldrazi, do you have anything that's maybe good against Eldrazi's too for 2 mana? Do you have 0 mana answers? Well, probably. Yeah, probably Shattering Spree, because the Moxopal decks also might exist, and that card seems good against them, unless you have very many Watery Graves in the deck. Alright, bro, so... now... let's start talking about Dominaria United. Pow. And I figured that the best thing to start with are going to be the Painlands. Dominaria United brings 3 out of the 5 allied colored Painlands to Pioneer. Finally. As far as I know, the Pioneer mana bases... I think the enemy pairs just have more lands to begin with. I guess partially because the fetchlands are banned, and fetchlands were one of the cycles of allied lands. So allied color pairs just have less lands, and they certainly have less playable lands. There's many that suck, but I guess the important ones, the lack of edge, is the... let's see. Okay, so now we get the Painlands for allied color pairs, which means that it is now easier to play allied color pairs, but at the same time, I think for the most part, it does not matter yet as much. When it will truly be mattering, it's going to be when we go to the Phyrexia set, and then they will hopefully finally release the Fastlands. With the Fastlands, the allied mana bases are going to be analogous to the enemy colored ones. As you might see, the mana bases of decks like Heroic, they choose to run the Painland. They don't choose to run the Shadows over Innistrad Slowlands. While like the Phoenix deck, for example, is interested in playing a bit of a longer game, doesn't want to be taking extra damage from the Painland, is happy to play the Slowland more often. And once we have that, we can just build mana bases like people in 2-color decks that are not going to be terrible. So therefore, this set is obviously missing Brushland, and which is the other land it's missing, bros? Is it Brushland and what else? An Underground River. So Brushland and Underground River are missing. Underground River, I can't think of obvious utilizations of that, but definitely could be interesting in some spots. Brushland is a land that is going to be powerful in a few possible combinations. Even if we talk about Pioneer Boggles, would you say deck that shows up every now and then? I remember seeing some Matsugan decks with Basara Tower Archer, for example. Just a GG Hexproof Reach, very hard to cast. Although, again, I think those decks, while their mana base is going to be a bit better, it's still going to be probably waiting until Razorwatch Thicket and the rest get printed. So the fast lands, not fast lands, Pain lands. No point in giving them a raid. Darker Wastes immediately, like it's pretty fine that they printed a Darker Wastes and Sulphurous Springs as the first ones, because those seem like the least impactful for now. Sulphurous Spring not ideal in like the slower mid-range decks, although it's definitely very, very welcome for the cheaper, lower the ground sacrifice decks with Cauldron Familiar, etc. It is something that was lacking for those decks. So actually, I think the sacrifice decks take Sulphurous Springs with open arms. The mid-range, full-on mid-range deck is maybe a bit less excited about Sulphurous Spring, but probably still is going to play it to fix its mana. Nice pick, but not like the Ice Age one. It is a reference to the Ice Age one. The hot tub goblin now. The goblin just stayed for a little bit too long in the tub, and there's so many of those. 6th edition. Sulphur Falls is better than Sulphurous Springs, sure, for the most part. Carplusian Forest is very welcome as it is in the green color combination. Green and Pioneer, obviously, often interested in casting green mana dorks, right? Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic. So it is likely to potentially be used in some of those spots. There's been some Gruul decks here and there. Maybe the Bard class deck. Yeah, Elf into Rabble Master is more doable. Although I would think that Pioneer is maybe a bit past that, but there is, for example, the Ignitable Ignus. Combo deck. Okay, I have named this card not what it is actually named. Grinning Ignus. Like, here will also improve your mana base. Just all around, just good to have reasonable lands. Darker Wastes. The main blue-white deck is blue-white control, which honestly probably is fine playing their mana base as it is, and it's not quite excited to play pain lands. Those do not work so well in control, and honestly, I would not be surprised if they just stick with their irrigated farmlands and glacial fortress mana base. That seems just better to me. I don't want to be taking that, but there's also other approaches to some lower curve blue-white decks, be it maybe some kind of an auras / heroic approach with blue cards with Curious Obsession, or the 2 mana blue-white aura that is also an obsession effect with lifelink, right? What is the name of that? Something Insight. Let me find that. Staggering Insight. Yeah, so that all becomes easier to do, although I think for those decks to truly have functioning mana bases, the fast lands are pretty crucial. So you might like do stuff more so with them, but I think you still have to wait for the fast lands to like fully unleash the potential of using the mana bases. Is Scissor still Pioneer playable? That is a good question, worth maybe revisiting. All the small pump a creature strategies are going to be worse with the introduction of a old new card into Pioneer. So Spell Pierce isn't Pioneer, it's constantly being reprinted. I think it's like in Pioneer based on 2 or even 3 prints. Alright, so what race do you give to the lands, bros? I'll just give them 5. Collectively, it's good stuff. They print normal lands for Pioneer and 5 for the effort for Maro and others. Kind of cringe that they just didn't print the like enemy ones, allied ones immediately in this set and then like finish it out in the second set. But oh, bro, no, we can't do it this way. No, we have to print. You have Maya Coast this set absolutely, but also the other one too. Then we have another land, which is called Crystal Grotto. ETB Scry 1 at colorless, tap, add 1 mana of any color. It is not a particularly strong thing, but it is just power creep. Sulfurin Void is a card that has showed up in a few places before, and Crystal Grotto is just a straight up improvement on it. So if you can play it in your, what was that? We played Zalfirin Void and Giruda, for example. So I'll skip a rating for that as it doesn't matter. And now we get to talk about the real cards. Starting with white. Siemanko Real Conman. Anointed Peacekeeper. 2 white creature, human cleric. Vigilance, ETB, look at your opponent's hand, then choose any card name. Spells your opponent casts with the chosen name cost 2 more to cast. Abilities of sorts with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate unless they are mana abilities. Yeah, the guy is pretty swole, the guy is pretty big. It is I guess a variant of the Polo Vitor's card, right? What was the name of that? Elite? Spellbinder. It's kind of similar in that manner. And you get to choose any card. Can be a card on the battlefield with activated abilities, which might tax your opponent, or can be something that your opponent hasn't drawn yet, but you are guessing they will. Making a thing cost 2 more. It's pretty good. It did backfire a little bit when you played Elite Spellbinder, and it's also not a flying creature, but instead of a ground creature. It does tax planeswalkers, which can already be on the battlefield. You can name fetch lands, and then your opponent cannot fetch lands. The flip side and the downside of Anointed Peacekeeper is that it's going to die to a removal spell, and then it's not gonna work anymore. So, yeah, my initial impression of this is that it might be sideboardable in Pioneer. Most likely human-based decks, or maybe if you cast it off of a Black Lotus in Vintage, it could be also interesting. So now, because this is a stream where you name the cards, I'm going to set up a poll. Raid Anointed, what is the name? Peacekeeper. And you're going to have 1 minute to rate it. And give it a proper amount of woe canisters. We need a scale. Well, the scale is from 1 to 5. Peacekeeper is just a lit spellbinder, but worse, which means it's better than I think it is, exactly. One right vote. What is a zero? There's no zeros. In what context? Pioneer, Modern, or Vacuum rating? The rule of the set review streams is just to not overthink it. What you're comparing it to are all the other cards, I guess, that exist ever. Or whatever you would choose to. If we have like infinite amount of votes from people, everyone will construct their own scale. Then if we combine all of them, it's just going to be correct. Will I give my own rating as well, Mr. Streamer? Yes, I will give it 2 woe canisters. Seems sideboardable in Pioneer. Maybe. So, kinda tame. Yeah, the poll says 2.3, but we can give partial ratings. Leyline Binding is the next card. 5 white enchantment flash domain. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each basic land type among lands you control. ETB exile target non-permanent until you control Leyline Binding. So it is just an Oblivion Ring. And to me, it seems very strong. It is a flash Oblivion Ring that can easily be discounted down to 2, maybe 1 mana. If we're talking about modern. It is not going to scale too well into Pioneer and Standard, although even in those formats, triumphs are legal, so it's a little bit interesting. I think this card will probably see play in 4 color in Yorion, as it is in the Yorion just like a 2 mana flash destroy anything, with the downsides being that it can be Boseju'd or otherwise destroyed to free up the permanent, which is a little bit awkward, or that you can take for granted that it's always going to be active on turn 2. If you have fetched, for example, a basic to play an Abandoned Grove on turn 1, that is a little bit problematic. There's also Enigmatic Incarnation, which is kind of a pioneer deck, which means you can transform your removal spell, which you're going to play on turn 2 or 3 early in the game, into a 7-drop. So you can play... I've seen suggestions of Titan of Industry or their favorite creativity targets, Agent of Treachery. Both seem kind of valid. Maybe Coma, yeah. The thing is, you can't cast it until turn 3 at best. If we're talking about modern, then if you fetch a Triumph on turn 1 and then play a basic, you can play it for 2 mana on turn 2. You can fetch a Triumph and play a dual land and play it for 1 mana on turn 2 too. You can fetch a dual land, a shock land on turn 1, do something, and then fetch the mirroring shock land in your 4-color deck on turn 2 and still play it for 2 mana. Afterwards, it's just cheaper. So you can take it for granted to cast it on turn 2 if you lead on a basic. Then you can't. But in many scenarios, you should be able to do so. So in many ways, this card looks kind of better than even Solitude to me, to be frank. Because it is also... It does have the advantage of being a, well, 1-2 mana card, rather than being a 5 mana card, while giving you removal that answers anything you want. It means that Murktide Regent is also significantly less powerful. One of the... Like, it definitely... I think it puts a pretty huge dent in... in Murktide Regent's power, I think. A big part of Murktide Regent's power, against 4 color specifically, often, was that countering a Solitude that was cast for 5 mana was a humongous blowout. And Leyline Binding, it's gonna be hard win cost just as much as the counter and has flash, or even less than the counter and still has flash. So I think this card has real upsides over Solitude. Some people try Chain to the Rocks for that. Chain to the Rocks is a sorcery speed thing that exiles only creatures and has numerous downsides, like requiring specifically Sacred Foundry too. So I think it is pretty pretty significantly worse than Leyline Binding. There are also other homes where I could see Leyline Binding in Modern. One of them would be Cascade decks, where you naturally can't play cards that cost less than 3, but suddenly you can. You can play Leyline Binding in Rhinos. If you splash white, of course, that requires you to go to 4 colors, so it is not something that you are going to always want to do, but it is an option. It is something that you could do. Play Leyline Binding on turn 2, exile after fetching a Try on turn 1, and you have just a permanent removal for anything. Chalice of the Void, Void Mirror, Teferi, everything gets eaten by Leyline Binding, right? That's pretty powerful. And one of the homes where I think the Cascade homes where it's the most welcome is Glimpse of Tomorrow. Because it is a permanent, it is both interaction and a permanent in a deck that tends to be 4 colors to begin with. So personally, I will try to shift the Glimpse of Tomorrow deck from being Timur centered into being Band centered splash red, I think. And use Solitude instead of Fury. With Leyline Binding giving me an enhanced amount of turn 1 early game interaction cards. Notably, it doesn't really work well with Kali Garden, I guess. You could also play it in like really any deck that is using the fetch shock mana base, like Blue-White Control can play it with their random triumphs that they play, potentially. Living End is probably not super interested in just like a removal spell like this that they would need to splash a color for, especially since it would be the least convenient color. And it is not always free to make your mana base basic land types fully. So there's many costs to consider, but I think for 4 color this card is pretty powerful. Research and Belief, sure. It is an enchantment, so probably fits. So we are going to rate the card now. You have 1 minute to rate. Leyline Binding, bros. How am I supposed to rate this if it's 5 for Modern but 2 for Pioneer? Go with your heart. Is Prismatic Ending a 5? Potentially. I think Prismatic Ending is pretty flawed too, though. It's not a 5 for Modern. Okay. One of the only cards that answers this is Brazen Borrower, but has flash. It's kind of a permanent answer. Boseju, Teferi. Those cards. Those cards do that. Like, Leyline Binding, like, there is a limited amount of removal that you can play that does not hit turn 1 Ragavan. Or rather, to frame this differently. When you build a modern deck, you have to first assure that you have enough answers to a turn 1 Ragavan, and then you can play your other removals. So Leyline Binding, unfortunately, will never answer the turn 1 Ragavan. So it is a little bit awkward in that manner, but I think it is overall very based, and it's going to be quite huge. Well, on the play it can, but you need to plan for... Of course it does on the play, but like on the play there is so many more cards that answer Ragavan. You don't need to... You have to build your deck with the assumption that you need to win to be able to win the games on the draw, for which you need a turn 1 mana things. Chat rated it as something around 4.1. I'm going to go out with a higher rating a little bit, and I'll give it a 5 out of 5 woke Kanikis. I thought this rating was for limited. Outside of that, it's basically useless. Damn. I have an expert over here. But it does seem like a very strong card for Modern for me. Like, it does seem like a legit competition for Solitude, bros. In decks that would want to run Solitude. That would not want to be fixed on just answering only creatures, right? And also Solitude, right? Pitching a card is bad, but paying 5 is also bad. It's Solitude a 5. It wasn't during my initial rating, but it is now. Serra Paragon, 2 white. I like how this angel is wearing pants. Okay, I need to enlarge the picture then. So I don't quite see the pants. Well, it's armor pants. The common angel thing to wear armor pants. So yeah, 3/4 flying. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent spell with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains. When it dies, exile it, and you gain 2 life. This is a Lurus type effect. Lurus would not be a playable card in general, if not for being a companion in Magic. But this card has the Angel type, which makes me ever so slightly interested in the Book of Exalted Deeds mono white devotion decks in Pioneer that try to combo the book with mana vault, right? Muta vault, not mana vault. So like the angel typing is maybe helpful a bit with this. I'm not sure if the card is super good. For modern, like, seems pretty obviously out of contention for me. Not something to be interested in. Are these ratings just for Pioneer / Modern? For the most part, yes. Yeah, but you need to untap with it to be good, unlike Lurus. Well, you can play a thing immediately when you play your Serra Paragon. So that's the only use I have in mind for the card. So I'm polling you right now. In Modern, if card costs more than 2 and isn't a 5/1, it's unplayable. It is true. The bar for the new cards in Modern It's only becoming higher with the new modern-only releases, right? The standard sets often just not gonna get there. So 5 for 1 with less 5 turns, which it will not in modern. I don't see this as being playable, maybe in French standard. Yeah, I think like cards like this were also not very good in standard lately for ages, so I'm gonna give her 2 out of 5 for the nice armor pants. But there is some tribal angels decks in Pioneer, right? There is. Standard is like full of mid-range piles, fits right in. Well, but even cards like this don't really fit into. Like it feels to me like oftentimes I expected cards that need to stay in play to be okay in standard, and then they ended up not being. Quick question: we have 2 of them. Can we use the effect twice? Yes. Announced the venue for Paris. Damn. So where is it? The main deck Piffing Needle and Affinity NBL? No idea, bro. In Poznań, hopefully. This card, right? Jada is kind of powerful. And I think there was some like Pioneer decks built around that, so could see like the Serra Paragon alongside that in the book. But honestly, I'm not even sure how the list looks, so I'm just all theorizing. Next card, Temporary Lockdown. So this card describes 2020 to 2021, I guess. 1 white enchantment. ETB, exile each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less until it leaves the battlefield. What do you think about this, bros? To me, it seems like a potentially decent answer to some decks in some formats. For example, if I were to play against a hammer deck, I would not hate having access to temporary lockdown. Uh, it would be good against Lurus decks, which don't exist. I think in modern it can serve as an answer to Urza Saga, kinda deck, like Urza Saga decks rather than the Urza Saga card. But since it doesn't work with Hall, it is pretty awkward if you want to play Hall yourself, yeah. People say that this card is insane. I think that is a little bit overrating it. It is a sweeper still, and it's kind of a limited one. It's pretty good at... to be pretty annoyingly good against cards like... his decks like Lantern. How would you play Hall if you have this? Well, you would like play Hall and then sideboard this, and then this would be Bard sideboard. This is a pretty strong sweeper against heroic, yeah. Exiles doesn't destroy, so can even give indestructible. Then just exiles every creature. Doesn't this deal with all hate cards when you combo yourself? Yeah, it should, I guess that is true. But what kind of combo are we talking about? It is any type of combo. Your opponent plays Rest in Peace, Dumping Sphere, Chalice of the Void, Piffing Needle, and whatever else, and you go pow. Temporary lockdown everything. And they go pow. Damn, insane. Okay, I'm going to give the leave the poll for you. Other card for Glimpse? I don't think it's a card for Glimpse. Glimpse enjoys making tokens and this exiles tokens for good. But yeah, vote in the poll to give the rating for the card. I do find it generally overrated. I think it's going to see much less play than people imagine, because just like in Modern Pioneer, it just seems kind of narrow. Although in Pioneer maybe it hits the few select decks. Like it does hit the oven, cat oven decks a bit strongly, right? The older the format, the better that card gets, in your opinion. I think it seems kind of shit for Modern as it is. In Vintage, it exiles all the Moxen. I think 4 is way overrating that, bros. I think it's a Pioneer sideboard card. I would give it two. I would give two and a half to not be like too low. No, let's give it a 3. 3 is like better than 2, because I think the card is better than the cards that got 2. But I will comment that it's way overrated. It is like sorcery speed. In Modern, you would rather play Kataki if you want to target Hammer. Well, sorcery speed sweeper, I guess Hammer in general. It's shaky. What should be banned in Pioneer in Fremont? Sure, bro. I bet my apartment that's not gonna be banned. So contact me if you if it does. Yeah, double white is also a bit tough. Next card, already within blue cards. Shut up. +1/+1 hexproof, untap it. This is minor, but I think it is. Let's actually check if it's the first time an instant protection card gives +1 plus power. Also on taps. So yeah, it seems like a interesting trick to me. Potentially, like if we ever have a blue heroic deck in Pioneer, I could see playing that card. Yeah, the green protection spells are better than this, but Shore Up is interesting. Slip Out the Back is better versus Sweeper. Slip Out of the Back is also a card that is played in Pioneer. That's true. It has upsides and downsides over Shore Up, so kind of similar tier to me. Monarch shells are adapted to the crushing pressure of the deepest depths on land. Their sturdiness seems supernatural. Hmm. The fact that Leyline Binding has flash makes it so much harder to interact with it. If you EOT bounce it with any spell, you can just recast for white most of the time. The fairy is the only exception, exactly. Well, Sleep Up seems stronger, but it does have upsides and does have downsides. I kind of forgot about Slip Out of the Back existing though, so. So, polling. Yeah, I agree that Slip Out is probably overall better. Although, Slip Out also does not let you to attack. Doesn't let you attack on the same turn. Slip Out is 4, Shore Up is a 3. I don't think Slip Out is a 4. Thank you for the reset, Doomwake. You don't know what to play, but you can watch tomorrow's stream, where I'm going to spend tomorrow and Friday, possibly too, where I'm going to spend a little bit of time exploring the NBL format, building some decks, and like maybe playing against some viewers if we find some willing souls. So that could help you and some others. I wouldn't know really what to play either. So yeah, what about the poll view results? People rated mainly as 2. Yeah, I guess we'll give it like 1 because I agree I forgot that Slip Out of the Back exists. I would feel bad rating a card as 1. Yeah, me too. Rona's Vortex. Blue mana instant, kicker, 2 black. Return target creature or planeswalker you don't control to its owner's hand. If it was kicked, put that permanent on the bottom of its owner's library instead. This card seems kind of interesting to me. It seems like Blood Chiefs, kind of like Blood Chiefs Thirst. Wannabe. Being an instant, being a sorcery, I guess one of the biggest downfalls, one of the biggest problems of the Blood Chiefs Thirst, which is a little bit rough for the card. Rona's Vortex can bounce any creature or even a planeswalker, which is medium, but it's okay against exactly Murktide Regent. But for 4 mana, you also get to deal with a card while dealing with it for good. It's just a worse suspend. Suspend is 2 at best. I do not think it is a worse suspend, as it does have the kicker option, which I think would be a pretty decent portion of the card. So I guess more so in Pioneer than in Modern. For 4 mana, you have an instant speed, kill any creature, any planeswalker, while also being a 1 mana interaction card when you need it, when you need to just interact with your opponent a little bit. So as far as unsummons go, I find this one a little bit compelling. Now I will give you a chance to rate the card. And I'll give you 2 minutes because I will go to the bathroom to pee a little bit. Rona's rated as a 2. Yeah, fair. You're right, bros. Vodalian Hexcatcher. 1 blue. Merfolk Wizard. Flash Lord. Sacrifice the Merfolk, counter target non-creature unless they pay 1. I have prepared for this review by searching through Merfolk's Legal and Pioneer. And you know what I have found? Exactly. A few playable 2-drops and not a single 1-drop that is not embarrassing. This is the best 1-drop available in Pioneer for Merfolks. No, I guess this is not. Kumena Speaker is better. This was the second best 1-drop available in Pioneer. This is the best 1-drop available for Merfolks. And yeah, I mean, with no good 1-drops, the second ability seems much worse. There isn't also much power, much token creation to make the second ability actually relevant. So you have to sacrifice real cards to force spike your opponent's things. Chat says Mist Caller, which I guess technically counters Company or Storm the Festival a little bit, but I think Vodalian Hexcatcher is a powerful lord if you had access to 1-drops, especially to some token making 1-drops. In both Modern and Pioneer. But in Modern, you have more playable 1-drops. Or rather on like the Pioneer scale, but you have even less playable 1-drops on Modern scale, right? Just the Merfolks don't match up well against opposing interaction. Modern has traditional port kindly rated 4 out of 5. True. But the card is so good you wouldn't want to sacrifice it. Imagine not always having Vial on turn 1. A big part of the issue is that Vial on turn 1 is not so good nowadays. I think you can play Hexcatcher in control as well, since it's a Jawari on a body that you can use whenever you like. I think Jawari controls Jawari's disruption and sensors attractive parts are the fact that you can either cycle or play them as a land. I think that's like the mostly interesting effect. This is a 2-mana 1/1 in control, right? So yeah, Chalice Merfolk deck, I think true, but then the ability to sacrifice creatures to force spike is just much worse. So I think the Vodalian Hexcatcher is a powerful card, but it does not seem to me like it produces powerful decks in the format of Pioneer nor Modern currently. And it's only getting tougher and tougher for tribal decks to be playable in Modern. Maybe in Pioneer, but in Pioneer they just lacks 1-drops. So maybe if 1-drops come. Strictly better Sensor. Sensor counters anything, not only non-creature spells. Card Fury. I think Fury is not even like... Fury is manageable, especially if you have a Flash Lord. But you just have no plays that cost 1 mana that are not really... that are like... impressive, right? Yeah, Flash Lord is actually pretty good against Fury. Okay, let's give like the X-Catcher free with the big caveat that it's unplayable for now. It's like a free with no home. Unplayable for now, but could have home if they print good 1-drops merfolks. Just doesn't solve any of the problems fish have. Sure, but it is a card that you play if you can play. If you play merfolk. Any changeling 1-drop? No good ones. Impulse get reprinted. I don't know why I picked, why I opened another Impulse. Shimmer. Shimmer of Possibility. This is the same card, right? But the Impulse is an instant. Look at top 4, 1 to your hand, the rest on the bottom. And Shimmer is look at top 4, 1 to your hand, rest on the bottom. Okay. So Impulse is an instant, so it's power creep. So... Lotus Field plays Shimmer of Possibility and Pioneer sometimes, so this is better. And then Shimmer because it's an instant, so well. Wow, I have found you a place to play Impulse. Let's give it a 2. Say that it's better than Shimmer in Lotus Field. Medallion Mint Slinger. Singer, not Slinger. 1 blue, kicker and or ETBs with 2 counters when kicked. When ETBs gain control of target creature with power less than its power for as long as you control Daniel Mindslinger. Again, Merfolk still have no 1-drops, but this card works kinda well both with Vodalian Hexcatcher. As you can use your other Merfolks to protect the Mindslinger, to keep it so that you can keep the mind-controlled creature. And it also works well with Lords, because Lords pump power of the Mindsinger, so it actually can steal a 2 or more powers creatures. As is, it can only steal 1 power creature, so it kinda sucks, but in a tribal Merfolk deck alongside Lords, it's maybe interesting. Some may claim it's sick, but think it's not sick, but you know. If you like play Lord of Atlantis into this, you can see like 2 power cards. Go pow pow. That's the only use that comes to mind. Some people could tell you that it's sick, but I think they're sick themselves who are telling you that, because that seems stupid. Those types of effects are powerful, but like when they killed and your reverse blown out because they kill your creature and they gain their effect, right? So they gain their creature back, so it's like they cast a mind control on you again, so it's just always very risky to play with, and it does trade 1-for-1 with removal and nothing happens. Can't even play it in my Merfolk EDH deck card stacks because of the kickers. That is actually pretty funny. Is there a Merfolk that gives ward? There is. There's actually 2 Merfolks that give ward. But there is Svilun of Sea and Sky who gives ward to every other Merfolks. There's also Kopala, the second one. She gives fake ward, or Kopala Warden of Waves. Whenever I see the card Kopala, I am reminded of a situation at the Polish national tournaments where I think I got second and qualified for the World Magic Cup. It was 2017 with Ixalan draft, and it was standard and draft, I think. And day 2 during the draft, on a pod next to ours, there was a very young player compared to the other players. Seemed like, I don't know, 12 to 14 years old, maybe. And after the draft portion, something happened. Shit, what was it exactly? But either there was like too few cards in the pack or something, and then judges were called, and then they found a foil Kopala Warden of Waves in the pocket of this young player, or was it too many cards, and like they found a foil Kopala added to the pool, but this player either stole a foil Kopala or tried to add a foil Kopala to his pool. It was one of those two, but I'm sure it involved a foil Kopala, and then the judges investigated the youngster, and then he ended up crying a lot, and then the pod proceeded to play with 7 players. So probably wasn't worth all that stress, and also the disqualification and in general stuff. So that was a tangent. Did I already tell you to rate the Mint Singer? Yeah, you gave it a 2. Yeah, let's give it a 2. And I'll say kinda sucks, but fine sideboard in Merfolk Tribal with Lords. You snitch on him, bro? Nah, I was just observing, an observer. That boy, his name was Matthew Fox. No, I'm kidding. Ertai Scorn, 1 blue blue, instant. This spell costs blue less to cast if an opponent casts 2 or more spells this turn. Counter target spell. So it's just a cancel. I included in the review because I'm wondering if this card isn't better than Absorb. If it's not a better cancel than Absorb for Pioneer Bros. Admiral's Order. If you attack with a creature, this enemy pay blue. No, that's a worse counter spell. Admiral's Order. Admiral's Order was also a rare. Swaston saw it coming. Yeah, I guess. I'm just thinking about it because one time I played against Blue, White, and Pioneer. And my opponent tapped 2 blue mana and tapped their Portable Hall and countered my Cavalier of Thorns with Disruption Protocol. So I began wondering, is Absorb really the best option for Pioneer controls? Isn't it cool to play the Fairy, untap 2 and actually have a counter? I don't know. Let's just turn that off, shall we? Damn. But the difference is that with Disruption Protocol, you know when it's going to cost 2. What about the matchups where Hall is bad? Well, then Disruption Protocol is going to be costing the same amount of mana as Absorb. But yeah, it is true. Disruption Protocol, you know when it costs 1, and Airtight Scorn, you don't know when it's gonna cost less, so you kinda can't just pass with 2 mana. You're not so special, Karn. Anything that has been assembled can be disassembled. Damn. Yeah. I guess. So let's time for the poll. Rate. Scorn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think Scorn will be better if it's set 1 instead of 2. Well, assuredly, then it would be a 2 mana counter spell. Just always available on turn 2, then it would be kinda insane. Maybe it'll be modern playable. Probably not. Well, it would cost 1 more for every spell your opponent casts this turn, so it would just have a Dumping Sphere built in. But when are you going to play it turn 2? No, well, the hypothetical version that is cheap first. Okay, I'm gonna give it 1 because it is like the cost reduction is beyond your control. It actually sucks. I have convinced myself that it stinks. Counter spells, especially this one, are generally bad and limited. I think that was true in the past. It's not as true anymore. Are these ratings overall or for modern? They're for modern pioneer. Ether Channeler. 2 blue. ETB, choose one. Make bird. Bounce thing. Non-land. Or draw a card. What do you think, bros, of this? You can ephemerate it and then you can gain value. Or you can bounce something. This card seems bad in all cases, like Knight of Autumn. It can cycle, so the floor on it is pretty high. I think. This needs flash. With flash it would be quite strong, probably. Like Pioneer level strong, maybe. I like that in humans this isn't ever dead, like Reflector Mage is sometimes and isn't restricted to bouncing creatures. Yeah, that's interesting. Does have advantages over Reflector Mage. It also obviously has downsides. Blood Witch. Oh, it also made a creature. Bojuka Bogged. Or you draw and you lose one. Same card basically also exists, just in black from Strixhaven 6-0 play. I don't know if Gallus Blood Mage is a same card. Like bouncing makes a flyer. You know, bouncing is a more applicable effect than Bojuka Bogging. I think this card is a little bit stinky. Ready card. The human typing, the Soul Herder. I think, like, I've watched Aspiring Spikes react to this card and he said it's insane. So it is gonna be at least played by some people in Soul Herder decks in Modern, I think. Bros, vote. Why do I see 0 votes? We are voting, then I don't see the votes. Why is that? Okay, well, I guess it was 24. 50 something votes. So most people voted as a 2. Fair, I'll give it a 2. It's not the absolutely worst card ever. You can vote twice by spending points. What a scam. It is what it is. It's a meritocracy. Braids, Arisen Nightmare, 1 BB, free. Legendary Monster Nightmare. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice an artifact, creature, enchantment, land, or planeswalker. If you do, each opponent may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with it. For each opponent who doesn't, that player loses 2, and you draw a card. So, I include this card because yesterday I played Giant Sacrifice in the format of Pioneer in a league. And I've had a few players come in and ask, hey, bro, what do you think about braids for the deck after it releases? To which I said, I don't know, it seems to suck. Because it does indeed seem to suck. You sacrifice a thing and your opponent gets a choice of either sacrificing something of the same type or letting you draw a card. Which means that you might get a card back, but you're going to get it in like the worst possible way. If it's worse to get a card in hand, you will get a card in hand. If it's worse to have some shit sacrificed on the battlefield, then it's gonna get sacrificed. And you also have to have the matching type. So it's just lots of restrictions. So I'm going to start by giving my own rating. A 1 out of 5. And going to make a new poll, but my polling methodology frozen, so let's try to do it again. I guess it's just for commander because it's just for commander. So that you have 5 opponents and draw 5 cards. Which makes me despise the card. Because I'm a commander hater. And I think Beast Within is not good in the format. Compare it to Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil compares favorably to Braids, as it has an effect. Yeah, if it wasn't a May, then it would be like actually powerful to sacrifice a land. Compare it to Ancestral Recall. Ancestral Recall compares favorably. Turn 2 Braids on the play, sack a land is what I'm aiming for. Sure, but then you draw a card and you are down a land, so you cycled your land. You have achieved a Horizon Canopy. The last Punisher card we were reviewing was Ob Nixilis, which we know how it ended. Evolved Sweeper. Black creature human. Black becomes a 2/2. One black becomes a 3/3, it was a 2/2 and gains Death Touch. 3 mana. +1/+1 counter, and you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This is another one of the cards that seem overrated to me. Obviously, like, not for modern, because there it's like obviously terrible, but in Pioneer, you know, if you can hear some people saying, oh yeah, it does like give you cheap place in red black, but it is not a true thing. It is not a 1 mana card really, right? You need to pump mana into it for it to be powerful. So it does not solve the mono 3 drops issue whatsoever, because it just gives you more 3 drops by leaving you with a mana sink. So in some decks maybe, but definitely is not really a curve out card, right? You like don't benefit at all from curving out with this. Even in black aggro, I think the goal would be to curve out, and this is a 1 mana 1/1. Not a red black card. There have been some human spells in Pioneer, and this grinds. Significant improvement against blue white because you don't have to play into Verdict. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You get to just keep using the 3 mana, draw a card, put a counter ability, which is pretty strong in some contexts. So it can work in that manner. So if your deck is interested in a mana sink, then this could work. It is not really a great 1-drop though. Humans can't activate. I think I've seen white-black humans decks. The band company ones, of course, they won't be able to activate it, although Secluded Courtyard, I think, lets you activate abilities. Add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of the chosen or activate an ability of a creature or a creature card of the chosen type. Yeah, so that actually does work. So I could see it being used in those contexts. So it's not the worst, I think, but I don't think it's a good curve out card, and it's not a good cheap card because it's not a cheap card. It is an expensive card. You have to pay 4 mana for a free Death Touch, which is a bad rate. And then you get access to the good ability of 3 mana, put a counter, draw a card, lose 1. But the initial investment is really disappointing. Four mana, free Death Touch. Ugh. Ay. It can be kill in response to the ability, and you won't draw a card. No, you will. If you activate the 3 mana ability, you will draw a card. I think exactly in black-white pioneer humans, this seems somewhat interesting, but rather weak. Doesn't the then prevent the drawing? No, but just the order in which you perform actions. The ability doesn't target, so it just resolves and does as much as it can, which is always the case. And Magic the Gathering, when ability resolves, but it can't do parts of the effect for some reason, it just does as much as it can and just goes on with the life. Overseer is better than this. I don't know what's an Overseer. Got Arcbound Overseer. Oh, that does not. The Phyrex and Evolved Sleeper seems better than Arcbound Overseer. Latula Keldon Overseer. Discard 2 cards from your hand. Deals X damage to target creature or player. Yeah, it does seem better than Latula too. Inspiring Overseer? No, I guess that's comparable. Not really. No, it's not really like Steel Overseer. Oh, depends. If your deck has many artifacts, then it's probably better. Overseer of the Damned. 7 mana Chupacabra, and you make a 2/2 tapped zombie. Nice. I would compare Overseer more with that 2 blue model one that had draw a card on it earlier. Which one? Which card are you talking about? 2 blue model one. Oh, that with the channeler human, yeah. I mean, like, mana sinks do play well if you have like 8 Thoughtseize in your deck sometimes. So I think 1 is a little bit tough for the guy. I'll give 2. New card. Or rather, an old one. Liliana of the Veil. 1 black. I'm not gonna read Liliana because we know Liliana. Booba? Not really. She's much less provocative than the original printing. What I have to say, with the original printing, I had trouble understanding it because it seemed like the perspective is kind of weird. But as you can see, she actually like wears a fur on her arm, so it covers her arm and like goes back. So like I for a long time I did not perceive this, and I was like, why is like one of the breasts like so weird from like the side, and then one isn't. But it's just actually a piece of clothing which explained it. So to talk about Liliana, Hmm. It is a funny card because she fits the free drop meme of the free drop deck. Red black in Pioneer. This card not as good in the elf format, in a way, but up to a point. You can realize that you can also use the discard ability yourself, right? So you can maybe pair Liliana with Delph. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but if you like pair Liliana with Treasure Cruise yourself, does that make sense? Or you can finally actually escape Croxa easily. People talk about Greasefang. Greasefang is a nice home. Lets you discard Parhelions. Gives you some interaction, some removal. And can be a pretty tough card to beat for some decks, probably. What was the last Treasure Cruise you played against that wasn't Phoenix? A real question. Yeah, exactly. Um, so it is a like strong card generally, but I'm not exactly sure if it's super powerful for Pioneer or just merely fine. When she was polled, there was this one guy on Twitter saying, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be banned." So I made a poll, and then 9% of the respondents in that poll said that Liliana will end up being banned in Pioneer, which seemed weird to me. I think there's going to be an interesting tension between Trespasser and Liliana, which I don't know how is it going to be solved, but Graveyard Trespasser is a card that is solid against Treasure Cruise. Pretty decent at blocking. Well, maybe not blocking, but pretty decent at attacking and keeping Treasure Cruise under control. On the other hand, Trespasser's Ward does not protect it from opposing Liliana's, which is interesting. Because Trespasser loses that matchup pretty hard if Liliana sacrifices it and the Planeswalker is left over. If Red-Black Midrange adopts Liliana in Pioneer, then I think Doomwake will finally be vindicated and the matchup for Heroic is going to be bad. For now, we know how it actually goes. But, it is a sacrifice effect, so it does go around both Indestructible and God's Willing, not Verdict. If Red Black plays 4, a lot of Pierce will be very good against that deck. Interesting. Yeah, Slip out of the bag does work against Liliana. So honestly, I'm kind of clueless as to how exactly powerful the Liliana will be in Pioneer. I'm like... It's interesting. Imagine if it was a new card. And it didn't have the reputation of being a modern playable card for a long time. I think that would make it... Would it make it more, like, better or less received? If Liliana of the Veil is a new card that was just introduced, we would actually say that she's weaker than Obnixilis. True. Maybe. I think she's not unplayable, but I think she has lots of competition in the 3-drop slots. I think it is not clear to me whether Liliana is a better or worse card than Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It might be actually better, given that Fable of the Mirror Breaker is one of the consistently most overrated cards in the history of the game. Can't wait for Mono Green to play Liliana. That's pretty funny because Mono Green with Oath of Nissa actually can play all of the funny things. Yeah, something is off with the cable. Is the audio from my mic good? Hmm. Test, 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 test. I should be fine now. Will Liliana see standard play? Potentially, but I do not know. So it is time for you to rate Liliana of the Veil. Rate her for Pioneer. I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it deeply. Yeah, I broke my headphones. By pulling on the cable. But it was pulled many times already and kind of damaged already, so I guess I'll get new ones. So Bros are giving 4 stars to Lilianas. Some give 5, some give 3. Let's rate new art versus old. Sure, you can rate it if you want to. Now, is Liliana of the Veil a better card in Pioneer than Leyline Binding is in Modern? I think it sounds comparable, so I guess using that logic I'll give her a 5. I think it will be good in Standard, no idea. Cut down black. Instant. Destroy target creature of total power and toughness 5 or less. So total power and toughness 5 or less is actually pretty huge limit. It misses most stuff ever. In Pioneer you have Fatal Push already. So it's like, it's probably Disfigure level removal. Not like more than that. Yeah, this is like a shock. It's like 5th push for Pioneer, but you can kill with it. You can kill Ledger Shredder. Not if it gets a counter. Yeah, it is a shock. Slightly better than this figure, but probably worse than Fire Impulse. Yeah, that sounds accurate. The new land front portal is not affected by Blood Moon, right? I don't know. It probably is. Well, it is surely worse than push. We know that cut down is worse than push. I'll go to Pioneer and I'll go cards, popular cards, staples. Pioneer. Bros, did you know that the most played card in Standard on Magic Online is Reckoner Bankbuster? So if you go to top creatures, it's Bloodtithe Harvester, Bonecrusher Giant can't kill, Trespasser can't kill, Elves can kill, Allgrowth Troll can't kill, Cavalier can't kill, Giganta can't kill. Meteor Golem is the 9th most played creature in Pioneer, which is pretty funny. Kroxa can't kill, Kalitas can't kill, Kerazit can't kill, Swift Spear can kill with 1 price trigger. Extraction Specialist can kill. Yeah, kills Phoenix, yeah, like congrats, you killed an Arclight Phoenix. On which no cards were spent. Are you rating for Standard 2? Not really. Does not kill, does not touch Greasefang, which has 7 power and toughness. 5 for standard. How do they 5 for standard? Maybe it's okay in standard. What does it kill that push can't kill? You would play push over it. Push is obviously better cards, but sometimes you want more removal than push. Yeah, I think 1 for 5. This card kinda sucks for real formats. And there is a card that I forgot to put in the file. A black card I wanted to mention, which was the domain. Look at the top X cards. Draw 2 cards. What's the name of it? Shadow something. Shadow Prophecy, okay. Domain, instant. Look at the top X of your library, where X the number of basic land types. 2 into your hand, rest into your graveyard, you lose 2 life. What do you think of this, bro? It's a common, but it seems rather potent to me. Kinda. Well, if you have 5 colors, it is potent. But it's kinda hard to have 5 colors, and it's also not really a modern effect because it's too expensive, costs life. So you need to have 3 or 4 domains. Yeah, it's kinda hard to get domains in Pioneer. Look at 4, gram 2. Does grow the graveyard, which is pretty based. Losing life is a little bit awkward on a draw spell like this, but is it modern playable? Do you want to play it like in the shadow? 1 copy in the sideboard? Yeah, that does not sound too bad. Snow read the bones. It's not quite painful truths, but it is instant speed and it does put you at advantage. Well, yeah, read the bones is sorcery, so I think Shadow Prophecy is pretty based. I'll not give it a rating because I didn't put it as a full card, so I can't. But now we're up to red cards, bros. Randeveld Hordemaster, 1 red. Creature, Goblin Warrior, other goblins you control get +1/+1. When it or other goblin dies, exile the top card, and if it's a goblin, you can cast that card until the end of your next turn. Which means that if you attack, get blocked, a creature dies, you can still cast that card on your next turn. What is the name of the D&D Goblin Lord? Something Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin Bandit Lord. Seems kind of medium. So I have investigated 1-drop goblins in Pioneer, specifically for Rundveld Hordemaster. And I have found, I guess, not too many great options. There is Kirk Prospector, legal in Pioneer, which combines pretty well with the Hordemaster. You sacrifice a goblin, you gain a mana, and you potentially draw a goblin, so you can just kind of do stuff infinitely. It's interesting. And then you can also, for other 1-drops, there's not too many good ones, although Fanatical Firebrand is not absolutely embarrassing. Does kind of work with Rundveld Hordemaster too. And it is not too embarrassing in a Llanowar Elves format. Squid Prospector is legal in Pioneer. Thanks, that's what I said. Snoop is better, sure. I think it is good to have many goblins in your goblins deck rather than just 4 goblins. So make history goblins tier 0, finally. Moxus is not in Pioneer. So maybe there is some moves to be made, but besides those 1-drops, there is not really good 1-drop goblins in Pioneer, which makes it a little bit tough in the format. In Modern, there is a goblins deck which is semi-playable, into which Rundveld Hordemaster potentially fits reasonably well. This is somewhat of a strong card and kind of works with Mogwar Marshal. Works quite well with Mogwar Marshal, right? 3 tokens from 1 card, do stuff, pow pow. The thing is, the problem with tribal decks in Modern is that their 1-drops are not comparable with the 1 mana cards that the other decks play. So you just, no amount of 2 mana fine plays is going to really change that to be particularly meaningful. Or you can find the previous ratings. I'll post them in the Discord. Is this playing the combo version? The Goblin decks in Modern is kind of a combo deck, kind of a grindy deck. It does appreciate card advantage to just like keep playing goblins, which the Hordemaster somewhat fits into that plan, but again, like, it does not really fix the meaningful spots on the curve with just 1 manas. So I will let you rate that. It is the first 1-mana goblin, 2-mana goblin lord, I think. I'm not expecting super much from this card. It can be played in Pioneer and can't quite be played in Modern, which makes it a bit tough. Hi, this is the set review. Is for constructed, I guess. Yes. Let me change the title. I literally never talk about limited on this channel, but I will put in the title for those who ask. This hits only goblin and only in the end of turn. They have just to kill them in their turn and you could not play them. If you actually read the card and understand what it says, you will have a greater grasp of the ability. And you will understand that if it's a goblin creature card, you may cast that card until the end of your next turn, which means that if you play this card, pass the turn to your opponent, they untap, they cast a removal spell, they kill the mind goblin, you exile a card from the top of your deck, you can untap and then play the goblin, if it was a goblin. Limited is fun and challenging? Yeah, I like limited, it's fine. It is a goblin creature card, so you can't even cast the thing. You rate it as a free. To me, it seems like overrated, but I'll go with you. The Feeler of Instinct, 2 red, creature, Phyrexian Kavu, first strike, permanent, red permanent spells have 1 red replaced by Phyrexian. And when you cast a red permanent spell, it deals 1 damage to any target. So, you might ask, what is the deal with the Feeler of Instinct? And the Feeler of Instinct combos with Grinning Ignus. There was I played a league with the Grinning Ignus combo once, and it was not the worst deck I have ever played. In fact, it seemed like a playable deck, so I didn't hate it. And the Filer of Instinct is a relatively decently sized card by itself, like 4/4 first strike is meaningful on the board, has to be killed. That does make Grinning Ignus cost 2 core or less, so it kind of loops by itself, although it costs 2 life per loop. Whenever you cast the Grinning Ignus, it also deals 1 damage, so if you have a Prosperous Innkeeper, you can combo fully, but it works both as a cost reducer and win con. And also you can just shoot a decent amount of... Oh. So I think it fits reasonably into the Ignus deck. Can you cast a 1-drop for free with this? Yes. You can cast 1-drop permanent spells with that. So, you know, if you the file is also red, so it gets cheaper by cheapened by Hazardous Monument already, which is kind of based. Which interestingly is in Dominaria United Commander deck already, so it is a non-Coco hit though. Just cut the fucking Coco, bro, from your deck, whatever. Just like build the deck differently. You can do that. You don't have to play it in company together. You can play it like deck. You can try to play a different build of the deck. Hazardous Monument is also in the Ignis combo deck. Yes, that's why I'm mentioning it. So it does that. Which I think is interesting. So my rating of this card is interesting. Now it is up to you to give me a numerical rating. This could be Coco if it was a free drop, that's very true. It's very true. Insanely true. Damn, I see bros are very split on this. Can't be cut down. That's really stonks. Strongs. That's also true for literally every creature ever printed, seemingly, from our quick search of stuff. That dice to cut down, you didn't find much. Like 2.5 would be the defiler rating, but we're gonna give it 2. It is like has fringe potential in a combo deck. Kinda works in Pioneer Ignis combo. It should be lower, like 1.5. Well, maybe if the review would be conducted by you, then it would be. But it is not. Next card is Jaya Juice. Fiery Negotiator. 2 red, +1, make a prowess monk. -1, exile top 2. Choose one of them. You may play that card this turn. -2, choose target creature and opponent controls. What? What a weird wording. Why is it such shit quality? To choose target creature and opponent controls. Whenever you attack the stand, Jaya Fiery Negotiator deals damage equal to the number of attacking creatures to that creature? So weird. -8, you get an emblem. Whenever you cast red on instant, copy it twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. It feels like this emblem has been on 3 planeswalkers previously. I see that Twitchers are very split on that, so I'll let you rate Jaya and then I will speak, because like I see lots of 1 out of 5s and that seems weird. Yeah, that's the point, because she thought the other planeswalkers being a boomer and all. Actually makes perfect sense. Are we rating it for standard or pioneer? Modern and standard, so I guess for modern it's like obviously not really playable card. If this is worse than Torch of Defiance, the real value is in the monks, which makes me think standard only. Why do you think it's worse than Torch of Defiance? It's kinda unclear to me. And why are the monks a standard thing? Like the monks are typically prize creatures are better in the other formats, aren't they? Prowess is in general scales into older formats stronger than it is in standard. Because all of her abilities want you to have a lot of creatures. What? The removal ability is contingent of you having creatures, but there is also a plus ability that makes a pretty decent token, right? So you get creatures by going +1. It seems to me like you are very okay. I see the votes are just kind of evenly split in the poll. 12 people voted 1, but I guess Torch of Defiance is the card you want to compare it to. But I think yes, they are not necessarily the same cards. Even though they are a planeswalker, they actually work pretty differently, I think. The best play pattern with Chandra is to play a planeswalker, kill a thing, and have a thing left over. Chandra is much wetter. Chandra is on the other hand is much worse at actually being proactive, right? When you just want to play. I think in situations when you're not playing a like defensively slanted mid-range deck, but rather you're playing a deck that is looking for a threat out of the sideboard. Then I think you'll be happier to play Jaya Fiery Negotiator. Let's say you're playing a heroic deck. Giganta goes into the way, but like let's assume Giganta doesn't go into the way. You're playing a heroic deck or you're playing a Phoenix deck, and you want a alternative threat out of the sideboard. I think Jaya seems solidly better in that role compared to Chandra, right? So I would advise you not to get too caught up on like trying to determine which planeswalker is like generally better, because that seems like a narrow-minded way of thinking about that, but rather to think about what are the upsides of and downsides of the other cards. They seem pretty different to me. I think it's pretty rare that we get planeswalkers that actually plus to make tokens, that can just pump them out and also grow and be like hard to attack down when they just still create tokens. If I would sideboard Jaya and Pioneer, that would be with the intention of producing tokens every turn for the most part. Maybe using the removal ability later on, but I'll just want to do a thing that Chandra wouldn't be able to do in that spot. We got Nahiri Kappa. Does Nahiri produce tokens? Create a 1/1 white core warrior. You may attach an equipment. That is true. What's the difference between Alchemy Nahiri and normal Nahiri? Look at the top 6 cards. You may reveal a warrior equipment into your hand. And or an equipment card. Okay, so you can get 2 cards. The sword, I guess the sword pops over of the frame, but not in the alchemy version. Funny. Yeah, this is a pretty funny buff, and you have to pretty actively search for it. But yeah, I think Jaya also looks pretty based in Blue Red Phoenix sideboard as a threat that does not rely on the graveyard whatsoever. Just playing a prowess monk every turn, it seems a pretty hard to stop thing. And once again, I get the 7th instance of the fucking it's worse than 4 mana Chandra comment in the chat. So I'm not going to repeat myself and explain why it is not really the case. Because Chandra sits there and pings opponents for two lives or draws a card, which is a different way of value. If you're actually looking for sideboard threats that would be capable of winning the game, then I think Jaya is going to be a more reliable way to pursue that. But she's pretty significantly worse if your opponent has a board presence and you are behind because it is tougher to player. The removal ability asks you to attack, so you're just gonna need to player Mega Monk and maybe Chum Block, which is a little bit weaker. I'm going to give her 3 out of 5. Seems like a fine sideboard juke. Bro, but Chandra ultimates. Yeah, sure, bro. This is very good against control. Yeah, I do think Jaya is a better card against control than Chandra. The ultimate is also threatening. It's less threatening though, but it is still threatening. If you have some burn spells that can go face in the deck, so I guess not always. But just puts pressure that needs to be answered with 2 cards, and then like Chandra goes plus, even ticks up to 7 gets answered, and you end up with less, with like not that much stuff from your Chandra. Phoenix Chick. Red mana. Chick is a 5 out of 5. Really? Didn't even start speaking, but Phoenix, Flying Haste, can't block. 1/1. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, you may pay red. If you do, return it from your graveyard tapped and attacking with a +1/+1 counter. So, it's a 1-drop that just has evasion, so it's going to attack every turn. But I guess a question arises. How does this card die, right? For you to use the third ability, the return from the graveyard ability. It probably doesn't die very often. It is a creature that both can't be really blocked and can be blocked. This card with Liliana. Sure, but then will you have 3 attackers? Bit tough to imagine. But I think for Pioneer it is pretty interesting for Embercleave halting purposes. So you can actually deal damage and enable your Embercleave. I think it's probably better than Swift Spear in this deck is, which is typically like played, and I think they would be happy to play Phoenix Chicks instead of that. You'll just get a persistent attacker that is always going to be able to wield Embercleave, or is going to let you play your Embercleave for cheap, which I think is pretty valuable. It's one of the highest power, and it might be more of a standard 1-drop than it is a Pioneer 1-drop, but I think the Embercleave synergy is pretty Gucci. Okay, very high ratings by the chat, but give it a 2 out of 5 playability wise for being a niche playable card. Next card is Squid, Dubious Monarch. 2 red. Haste, attacks, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token that is tapped and attacking, so it's a Rabble Master but weak. But it also has the King Uro ability. You can escape it from your graveyard for at the cost of 4 cards and 4 mana. Am I the only one who reads it and thinks it doesn't feel like a squee? It is too powerful for a squee, yeah. I think I could see this card being played in the secret deck in Legacy. Might be the recursion might actually be pretty legit in that deck. Works with Fable of the Mirror Breaker too. Can be played alongside some of the other goblins. Actually pumps your Rabble Master. So I think it fits more so there than into Pioneer Legacy, than Pioneer Modern. In Pioneer and Modern would need to fight off against stronger cards for free, 2 free mana, and then it's just not gonna fight through them effectively, I think. So I'm gonna give him whatever rate you give it. Wonder what dragons were playing in the deck when it was called Dragon Stompy. It was Rakdos Pit Dragon. 2 red red. Red red to gain flying, red to fire breath, and double strike if hellbent. I don't know if Squid is better than Rabble Master, but I think I would want to play it in that deck. At that point, the secret deck kinda becomes Goblin Tribal, so maybe you can even play some Goblin Lords. Maybe the new Goblin Lord. Cavern. Maybe Cavern. Alright, gonna give it 3. No, let's give it 2. No, let's give it 3. I don't know. 2.5. With the comment being only for Legacy secret deck. Not useful in other spaces. Electrotic Infantry. 1 red, trample. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a counter on Electrotic Infantry. 1/2. You give this a 0. You're very stark. I was interested in this card a little bit in Pioneer Heroic. I have found that prowess creatures are pretty okay in Heroic, as they let you play out multiple creatures and then you can commit to some of your creatures and to grow them with the Heroic trigger, and then other cards also grow too. So it automatically has trample, it can grow to a decent size, it retains the counters. It's pretty cool, I think. So it has some minor promise in that deck. I guess it competes with 10th District Legionnaire, which I'm not sure if it compares favorably or not with. The haste on the Legionnaire is really valuable, but it definitely is better to draw cards without the heroic typing. When you can. Also, it's a wizard, which is true, which means that it works with Wizard's Lightning, so... How many wizards you have now? You can play this, G2 Lava Runner. G2 Lava Runner is probably pretty bad, and you would rather avoid playing it nowadays. The Blue Red Legends a Bird Wizard. Yeah, I assumed it sucked though. Dreadhead Arcanist a Wizard. Interesting. Soulscar Mage is obviously a wizard. Get straight into my dwarf / spells deck. Grim Lava Master Wizard. Grim Lava Master, I'm pretty sure is not legal in Pioneer. Because I never seen it in play, and it's a powerful enough card that I think I would otherwise. Don't think it's better than Viashino in the burn deck at least. Yeah, electrostatic infantry I think mostly heroic type decks. What rating are you going to give to the Dwarf Wizard? Let's go, bros. Vote. Phoenix, they always cost a million spell. Yeah. I think it is hard to play this. Well, in blue-red you can play Sprite Dragon, which is mostly a better version of this card, although specifically maybe if you want to dodge Stomp, it's a little bit okay to play this over Sprite Dragon. Sprite Dragon is a semi-playable card, not really in Pioneer, but being just one colored opens up being played in new decks where you can't play the Sprite Dragon, but you can play the Infantry, and you might want to play the Infantry. I think 3 is a little bit too high. It seems like a tool. You could win games with it in your deck, but you shouldn't play it. Interesting that you said that. I don't think that you shouldn't play it. It is true that matches are better against Stomp and against, well, with Reckless Rage. So those are two like Pioneer relevant cards. I'll give it a 2 because 3 is a bit high for the card. I think most likely we'll forget it existed after a few weeks, but Sprite only needs non-creature. Dwarf needs instant sorceries. Sure, that depends. In Heroic, for example, for now, there is just there's no non-creature spells really. Guess Shadow maybe. Did I already do the new braids? I did. Defiler of Vigor. 3 green, Phyrexian Worm, Trample. Additional cost to cast green permanent spells. You may pay 2, yada yada. So you can pay Phyrexian for your Planor Elves. Whenever you cast a green permanent spell, put a counter on each creature you control. Actually, need a clarification. I assume you can't, because it does not have green in its cost, but you can't. Pay 2 life to make your Bloodbraid Elf cheaper, right? Not Bloodbraid Elf, Bloodbraid. Burning 3 Emissary, not Bloodbraid Elf. Right? Burning 3 Emissary, you can't do that, right? You can't make it cheaper. Why is this here? Very good question. The reason why I put this card in the review is because whenever you cast a green permanent spell, put a counter on each creature you control. Seems like a strong ability to me. The Devotion decks in Pioneer have taken the route of being combo more so than aggressive, but I don't think it's utterly impossible to attack people with green monsters in the format nowadays. And I think the Fire of Vigor has, maybe I'm wrong about it, but it does seem like it has some potential in a Llanowar Elves Stompy aggro deck. If you play out your monsters, any leftover elves that you have, you can just immediately play them and put that many counters on all of your creatures, which makes a pretty huge board presence. It is a 5-drop though, too, although it is also a decently sized 5-drop. A 6/6 trample is nothing to scoff at, given how hard is it for people to kill Cavalier of Thorns in the format. Leftover elves, better school clamping them XD. How do you school clamp them in Pioneer exactly? Elder Gargaroth is better. Elder Gargaroth is better at making you defend yourself, but if you play the Fire of Vigor, it just puts a board presence and attacks, and you get a bigger presence. So that is my idea around Defiler of Vigor in a more aggressive build of mono green. It is, I guess, a 1/1 5-mana card in the end of that, and at the end of the day, and it does trade kind of cleanly with a removal spell, although not fully. You can still get to put counters on all of your creatures if you have mono creatures. I don't think it quite fits into like the devotion as it is built now. It doesn't make sense to play a card that's just power and toughness, because you want cards that combo. It also triggers on green permanent spells off of Nissa, hardened scales you mentioned with chatters. A great henge. I don't know if it all makes sense or if it's just obsolete by the current builds of Nykthos mono green. Also, can anyone in the chat tell me for sure if this works with Burning Tree? Emissary or not? Can I make Burning Tree Emissary castable for 1 mana and 2 life with this? With Carpushan Forest, you can also play Gruul deck, although this really wants you to for all your cards to be green. Yes, are you a judge? Because you're paying the cost of 2 life for one of the green peps. I don't see why it wouldn't work. No, you make, as an additional cost, you pay 2 life, and then the spell costs 1/3 less. You can only pay 1 5x in mana with those cards. Alright, bros, vote. If you reach 5 mana to cast this, why Emissary would be in your hand? Because you held it to put counters on all of your creatures. Maybe. Also, I'm not asking a strategic question, but rather a rules one. I think this card is most likely to not be playable, but there's a huge amount of power and toughness. But yeah, likely Pioneer is past that. Past green stomping. I have to admit that when doing set reviews, many Twitch chatters have eye blinds on. And they're like, bro, no, like you must play the card you already play in the deck. You can't ever cut it. There's no way you can like play slightly different deck because it will never have upside, bro. Bro, I already play Chandra. I will never play Jaya, bro. Which makes it a little bit frustrating, but we'll give the Worm the 2 because I think it's most likely not super. I've explained my reasoning as to will make BT equals 2 life and red green. The hybrid mana symbol means you may pay either red or green as a part of casting BT, and you choose one of the pips to cost G. Nice. This card looks so bad, it's almost literally a vanilla creature. It is a vanilla creature, but across many bodies, right? Because you get your other monsters. Silverback Elder, 2 GGG, creature, ape shaman. Whenever you cast a creature, a spell, choose one, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land card from amongst them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order, or you gain 4 life. So whenever you cast a creature spell, a thing happens. The Monkey Man has a pretty humongous toughness. And I think it could see some play in either Pioneer or Modern. In Modern, you could play it as a meme creature in Amulet Titan. It will not help your win rate significantly, but it does not die to Unholy Heat, which is a quality that is very welcome, especially for a 5 mana card. If you play Sakura Tribal there, you have more creatures to trigger it, etc. In Pioneer, it is a defensively statted card, which I think, given the amount of creatures in Devotion, is not actually super interesting. Because this is a defensively slated 5-drop. And it does trigger on creature casts, which the current builds of Devotion don't really have too many of, which doesn't seem to be that good in the end. This in the Ignus combo. I guess. But why though? It's 5 mana and like not that good. So I think you could play it in the Ignis combo, but I don't see why you would. I'll ask Twitch chatters. Ape Shaman question marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Start ball. It's like a Ragavan, but a big one. And also not a monkey, but an ape. It does not do anything by itself, so you need to follow it up with more creature casts. And then what you get out of that is either life, Dissension, which is either super strong or dead. So kinda inconsistent, or you gain 4 life, which is kinda lame. So this card kinda sucks, I think. After some further after some further thinking, it's just like not so good. The effects are not so good. And it has no immediate payoff, so I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 5. Maybe Cyborg Tech and Pioneer, I don't know. Cyborg for what? Curion Beast Color. 1 green. When you cast a creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter, and when it dies, you can redistribute the counters. They ever unban Walking Ballista. Then you play some kind of a Scales aggro in Pioneer. This seems not too bad, but also not too good. Given that for now Walking Barista is banned, and there is no point in playing the card Hardened Scales. I guess you could still play Curion Beast Color in like in mono green. Mono green Stompy type. Although it's inconveniently dead to stomp before you cast a second thing, so it's not super with that. I give it 1 out of 5. Because the card sucks as is, I guess. Just like power and toughness, but not even particularly strong. It dies to red removal early before it gets its trigger, so it doesn't even blank that. Floriferous Vineval. When it ETBs, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them and put it into your hand. Oh, to Defender. If you want to find Lotus Field, then it is a way. You can also find Thespian Stage. It is unclear if it's a great way, but maybe it is like the sideboard technology, and you this way just have a proactive way to find the Lotus Field, etc. You would probably end up with too few spells in your deck if you replace like digging spells during your combo turns, but it might find that otherwise. Testing this instead of Caryatid in Mono Green Devotion too. Oh, really fun. Well, this is not a RAM spell, it's just it's pretty clearly worse than Caryatid. So it seems I'll write it myself because there is no point in asking you. Maybe defensive sideboard card for Lotus Field. It's the only thing. Llanowar Loam Speaker. I think this card works kinda cool with Jeskai Ascendancy. A once Pioneer deck that was pretty strong and then it has fallen over and died. I think it could be like worth trying again. You just tap to make your creature land, then you kind of go off. It has 3 toughness, so it does not die for Bone Crusher for no point. So I think this card would kind of let you play less copies of bricks, like Sylvan Awakening, right? Because it is both like a ram spell and kind of a win con with Ascendancy, so you play it on turn 2 and you're fine. So I think it's a pretty sizable improvement for Ascendancy. Having a hand full of Awakenings was always a little bit weak, so you can just keep 1 or 2 Awakenings in your deck and combo off if you ever untap with Llanowar Loam Speaker. You can like turn 2 Loam Speaker, turn 3 Ascendancy, turn 3 Ascendancy, and I guess nothing, but turn 4 you can play Ascendancy, animate your last remaining land, and then cast an opt, untap 2 creatures. Then you can animate another land, cast another opt, and then you have three like mana dorks in play already. And then you cast something else. Why does no one play Ascendancy anymore? Partially, I think, because Ascendancy enjoyed Expressive Iteration greatly, and that card has been banned, and partially because it wasn't actually that good of a deck. It's a little bit of a bad mana base and a little bit of a bad matchups against many decks, but I don't know. I played it a few times and it was pretty good for me at some times, so I think it might be worth revisiting. Now it got Impulse. Impulse is like Shimmer of Possibility was already legal. The card doesn't do anything. So Raid Bros. With no boundless are cards like Chaos Orb or Ante even an MTGO? I don't think they are. Would love it if this made Ascendancy work again. We can hope. Definitely worth trying, I think. Ichikawa still plays Ascendancy every tournament. Yeah. So this like not the least viable, just like a little bit unviable. No amulet candidates so far, right? There was the huge 7 toughness monkey, but it's kind of bad. Whoa, people gave free to the loam speaker. Alright, I'll give it free to. I'll say I believe in ascendancy. Leaf crowned visionary. G. Elf druid. Other elves you control get +1/+1. Whenever you cast an elf spell, you may pay green. If you do, draw card. 1/1. Out of the tribe cards, LCV. True, it does have the LCV initials. Out of the lords, elves have a pretty huge advantage over merfolks and goblins. Namely, elves actually has 1-drops that are actively playable in the format. We have talked yesterday on the channel about a potential pioneer deck, elves tribal deck, and I think it is not the worst, potentially. Mana Dorks, Leaf Crowned Visionary as a Lord. You get to play a second 2-mana Lord. Elvish Clan Caller. Heritage Druid is not exist in Pioneer. Do I Shaman of the Pack finish in the hypothetical list? Yes, there can be Shaman of the Pack. Could be Company too. There could be Nyctos. Very nicely, both Elvish Clan Caller, Leaf LCV, and if you want to go that route, you can also play just Steel Leaf Champion. All of those cards have lots of GGG costs, which then means that you can make it a Nyctos deck, which seems pretty good with the Leaf Crowned Visionaries ability. So I think that sounds pretty exciting. It is odd that all the great elves of recent aren't cost to careful Flanavra/Mystic. Well, I mean, Seal Leaf curves pretty nicely. But aren't a lot of the good Pioneer elves also black? Yeah, some of them are. So you can do that too. But also LCV costing 2 is like it's fine. You still have a way to use extra mana, right? Black offers Shaman of the Pack if you want to kill with Shaman of the Pack. Which you might or might not. Or you can use Halar. No, some other name. But legendary that draws you an elf. Modern elves was even bad with glimpse. This is not good enough. That is true, which is why we're talking about Pioneer. Not about modern. And modern, you need just some one drops that would match up well against Ragavan. And even then, you probably need more stuff. It might be that just Klaus on Curio is a little bad of a card, and that approach is flawed, and I made a mistake by doing that. But what one drops apart from the Lano Wars? Let's go advanced search. This Deathrite Shaman. I think you don't have many one drops of on top of that. You can play Pelt Collector. Maybe it's playable. But for the most part it's just the dorks that are actually actively good. Well, and Deathrite Shaman. Well, Deathrite Shaman is not good. Sentinel ain't bad. What, just para Sentinel? I don't know if I would say that it ain't bad. Well, the Pelt Collector is kinda not fully fitting in an elf deck, so. Reclaimer to get Nykthos. Reclaimer is probably viciously unplayable. There's a new elf wanderer which is aggro AF. What's the name of that? No, bro, Sentinel is not playable. Like, stop pulling my leg. Llanowar Stalker. Okay, I didn't even see that card. Whenever another creature had touch battlefield under control, gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Wow. Add addition DMO to previous line. That wouldn't work because those cards are not legal on Pioneer yet, so we would not find it. If you spot one elf in Llanowar, it's likely there is another with a knife at your back. I think Llanowar Abomination is from Commander. I don't know, you have cards like Elvish Warmaster 2 or Warmaster 2, like make some elf tokens. You have Dwayne's Elite. So I guess it's not gonna be a company deck because it's Warmaster, Elite, the new LCV Lord, and Clan Caller. Then you'd probably be looking to have some extra card draw, which I don't know what it would be. Maybe company is fine still. Mind Flare the Shadow. You can rotate it. I don't understand why it lets me rotate it, bros. Is they 6/6 now? Why does this card have the option to rotate? It's printed upside down. Mind Flare, the shadow was printed upside down. Respect the card back. Was it intentional? Alright, let's go back to reviewing Dominaria because... Bros, have you watched Stranger Things and did you enjoy it? Alright, let's vote on the elf. New ball. LCV. Fine show, repetitive. Says somebody who watched Canister play Yorion every fucking day for half a year. Fine stream. Repetitive. I didn't enjoy Yoronish too much. TBF. Makes perfect sense then. I think Life Crowned Visionary is pretty powerful. At times weekend challenges feel like a loop with how much you lose to UURR. True. That 2 force in this ball. Oh. End ball. New ball. LCV, question mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it should work. No, I already voted for 4. Yeah. Definitely. You could play shapeshifters and all the lores. Don't think that works too well though. Yeah, you answered your own question even before formulating it. I don't think it would be working too well. What did we rate? Rundveld and the Fish Lord. Fish Lord, free. But it's unplayable because there is no 1-drop Merfolks in any format. Horde Master, free. No extra comment. But I don't know, the Visionary seems just like a more powerful effect and also has good 1-drops. If Horde Master is a free, this is a low tier free. Interesting. No, well, no, it just means that you have a flawed view of the Horde Master. I think the Gobo Lord is better than this. Sure. But like by the virtue of being able to put it into a deck that functions, I think having a tribal deck where your mana dorks are a part of your tribe is actually powerful, and having a tribe deck where your one drops are stinky it's gonna be, you know, weaker. So I could give it a 5, but that feels like a bit of a stretch, so I will give it a 4. Yeah, the unplugging sound is coming from me. It's from my headphones, which I broke. And then I tried to unplug them to see if they work again, but they don't. So I'll give it 4 because 5 seems a bit too much. And Pioneer is also in Nycta's deck, which is also broken. What was Liliana rated as? We gave her a 5. 6 out of 9. Funny because... Next card. Meria, Scholar of Antiquity. 1 Gruul, Elf Artificer. Tap artifact, add green, non-token. Tap 2 artifacts, non-token. Exile top card, you may play it this turn. The non-token portion of this card kills lots of joy that this card could cause, right? Because how many real cards you could have? But how many tokens you could have? This is as broken as Kinnan. It's pretty good with Kinnan. Not really, because, well, how many artifacts are you gonna control? Give me a rate, bros. The card is very interesting with Paradox Engine. Yeah, I mean, I guess. It is in the wrong colors, that is true. It is weirdly red. Clearly a combo card, which could range from 0 to 5. Yeah, it is a combo card, although... like 3 mana, creature, non-token. I think all of that puts it as a weak combo card. Very... yeah, wrong colors too, so... I think that's making it a bit weak. Well, Bergi does different things. I think. Bergi combos with spells more so, this combos with artifacts that stay in play. It is a bit of a different thing. The legendary Mox works with it through, you can tap your legendary Mox to add a green mana with Meria. Oh wait. Or you can also do that with Meria. Let's give it a 2. 14 non-token clause. Never scared. Soul of Windgrace. 1 Jund. 4 mana. 5/4. When enters or when attacks, you put a land card from a graveyard, could be from your opponent's graveyard, onto the battlefield tapped, under your control. Green, discard a land, you gain 3. 2, 1 red, discard a land, draw a card. 3, discard a land card, indestructible until either end of turn, tap it. So, many seem excited by this, or at least 2 or 3 times I got a message, hey bro, what do you think of the John Legendary? It is super great. Then I read the card and I think, huh? What is the super great part? Because it also kinda doesn't really do anything, does it? It's 4 mana 5/4, solid, 3 mana to protect, kinda heavy. 2 mana to cycle a land. You get a land. You're up a land. All the abilities cost mana, so it's like pretty mana sinky. Although it does ramp you, so this ramps you into the mana sink. Jatara's Envoy is probably better still overall. What are you talking about? Guess in modern standard. It seems not particularly playable to me. Because it is mana gated, but maybe. Original Lord Windgrace. 5 mana, 5 loyalty. +2, discard a card, then draw a card. If a land card is discarded this way, draw an additional card. -3, return 2 land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. -11, destroy 6 permanents and make 6 cuts. Can be your commander. Wow. Is Lord Windgrace better or worse than Soul of Windgrace, than his soul? Jotora's Envoi. Deals damage to a player. Look at the top card of your deck. You may play a land from the top of your library or cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the damage dealt from the top of your library without paying its mana cost. I remember people playing this in standard a little bit. Jotora's Envoi. Resurrezione Saga and work needs with Ren. Giant Modern could use this, I think. I guess with Saga, but then you're playing 4 drops with Saga, which is kind of antithetical. No, for Modern, yeah, it seems too bad for Modern. It's not really like it's a 4 drop that gives you a chance to spend mana, which then you get a baggage Saga, which also lets you spend mana. So many mana sinks, but so you can put this ETB on the stack and this can respawns. You can, yes, because it is a land, not target land. Can't we jam it into 4-color with Triumph Splash? Sure, but is it good? Isn't likely a turn to card in the best case scenario. What? I'm gonna test it in Legacy Lens cause it's cool. Smiley face, sure. Most of the time I die with 4 colors by having 6 lands in hands. Yeah, you do that, but I don't think that... I think the solution to that would be to play Memory Deluge, not Soul of Windgrace. Can tutor it with Eladrami's Call. Yeah, speaking of Eladrami's Call, would Omnath Locus of Creation be modern playable if it costs you white RGG? Very somewhat weak and playable, so mostly weak and unplayable answers, yet people play Eladrami's Call and fetch Omnath with it and are happy about themselves. Something feels off in this. It's not quite a fair question, I know, but in spirit it is fair. And for rhetoric reasons, it's like also more fair. I'm not utterly stupid, and I understand that Eladrami's Call is actually a bit better than how I painted it. But I still hate the card, and I think it's not particularly playable. I'll give Soul of Windgrace, I'll give it 1, whatever, it's like a shitty 4-drop mythic legendary. Let's not get baited into rating it as something that it is not. The card is just clearly unplayable. I think Soul of Windgrace is really solid. It's an upgraded Solemn Simulacrum. I sure do think so, yeah. Ertai Resurrected. 2 blue, black. Flash, ETB, choose up to 1. Counter target spell, ability, or triggered ability. Its controller draws a card, or destroy another target creature or planeswalker. Its controller draws a card. Flash. So it's a flash thing, answers whatever your opponent performs, be it a spell or a thing in play. It is probably more so of a standard card, but it's kind of like a Venser. But your opponent draws not the card you bounced, but a random one instead. Of course, a big allure to Venser often is that it bounces lands, which this card is shit unless you're countering your own trigger. I understand it is scary to read the ability that says your opponent draws a card, but you counter Like, you counter your opponent's thing, they do get to draw, you play the Nertai, you are card even. Actually, but your tempo ahead. So, like, if you're fine with bouncing a thing ever, you should be fine with, like, letting your opponent draw a card, because it's just, like, the same, it's actually better effect to destroy and let them draw randomly rather than bounce. It gave you cards advantage. It does not give you cards advantage. You get a 3/2 monster. And you randomize your card. There's no disadvantage. The Pioneer, still like 4 mana. Remand, I think, is mostly uninteresting. And you can also like kill things off the board too, which is pretty nice. But it's probably more of a standard card than a Pioneer card. MTG unused. Changes to league matchmaking. As an additional step to fight win traders, we are eliminating the joint match confirmation step. After pairing in leagues, this change takes effect following tomorrow's downtime. Once you click play, your match will begin as soon as you're paired with an opponent, so make sure you are keeping an eye and ear out for the start of your match when you join the queue. That's actually pretty based, because that's actually should be successful at fighting of win traders. And it also means that sometimes I used to like click I used to join the queue and then like I went to take a shit and then I would come back to an unpaired match because I didn't confirm because I wasn't able to, or grab a drink or whatever. And now I will just come back and the match is going to be waiting for me. Pretty cool. Is that Tool you're listening to? It is Tool, yes. Alright, let's rate Ertai. Let's say for Pioneer. My pole making abilities broke though. Is it on? No. Ertai. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć. Start ball. Are we considering standard for these ratings or no? Let's say for Pioneer. Standard does not really exist on this channel. Great taste in music, Kaneki. What if I tell you that I actually hate Tool? That'll be a lie because I enjoy Tool. But it is a song request stream, so these songs are not put in the queue by me, but rather by the viewers, which sometimes might give you an impression that I enjoy listening to something that I don't really enjoy listening to. Although Tool I actually do listen to in my spare time and I enjoy them. So thank you. If I got it free? As an all-time spare time? Yeah. Because I actually only listen to Tool while streaming. Alright, let's give it a free if you say so with chatters. It's a bit much, but why not? Karn Living Legacy. I think Karn is a little bit shit, but I also felt like many of the reviewers were harsh towards Karn when talking about it. And one thing that you can do with Karn is you can play it plus generate a game object. Worst Karn ever. It probably is worst from among the Karns because this is the fourth Karn, right? And like the others are kinda okay. But you go +1 to make a game object which can pay for things, not for everything, but for some things. And you go, let's say you open your Karn in your sealed pool. You can go play Karn +1, make a Power Stone, and then you can make a use -1 every turn and pay 1 with every activation and just draw a card. So it's like not that bad. I'll give you a 3-minute poll and I'm going to take a bathroom break. It's not really ramp because the power stones ramp you like only do a very specific thing, but decide in the poll. New card is shit. Worse than any Chandra Planeswalker deck card. Bro, so this bad is not that bad. I give it 2 out of 5. Out of PT. But also because, I don't know. To combat the card is the worst card ever printed. Stigma. I feel bad for the guy. Inscribed Tablet. 1 mana, 1 tap, sack, reveal the top 5, put a land from those into your from among them into your hand. Put a land card from among them onto your hand, rest on the bottom. And otherwise draw a card if it draws no lands. So I wonder, does Colorless Tron play this card in Modern? It's kind of a shitty map. It is indeed a worse expedition map. I do not advise you to cut expedition map from your deck. But I'm questioning that you'd maybe want to play some extra copies to get some. Especially if you also play sagas, then you can grab the sagas. Maybe you play 1 or 2 copies. What's Colorless Tron? Well, any Tron that does not use green mana, right? I think it does not outcompete Sylvan Scrying Chromatics. The 06 Defender was top 6, but this has an anti-wave clause. True, it is a bit weird that both of those cards are in the same set. It does cycle itself if you miss, but if you reveal a land, you have to grab a land, so you can't draw a random card. But if you were to play Prison Tron or Eldrazi Tron, I wouldn't hate playing a few more. Could this be worth it to find Bazaar? No, you find Bazaar by mulliganing, and like you can't pay 2 mana to find the Bazaar. Yeah, clashing with Chalice is a little bit weak, although Chalice frequently sucks in Modern, so maybe then there's just no point in playing that deck, but without land in decks, then you draw a card for 2 mana, awesome. I tried an Amulet Titan as a target for Urza's Saga, but I don't know, map is better and I think the deck doesn't need this. Yes, your deck that plays 1 copy of Expedition Map, a clearly better card, does not need to play a copy of a clearly weaker card. I'll give it 2. I'm assuming it's going to see no play, but I'm gonna give it 2. This does not find you land or a threat, just lands. How is it ancient steerings? It is clearly not, but it is a colorless card. Ancient steerings is not. Isn't it just super good in Tron? It's not super good. It's not. It's super good. It's clearly like worse than the existing cards, but having more of them is okay. Sometimes just having more ways to find Tron is attractive in a way. Relic of Legends. 3 mana artifacts. Tap. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap and untapped legendary creature control. Add 1 mana of any color. That Kamigawa artifact power crept. Honor Worn Shaku. No. Shaku tapped legendary permanents and Relic of Legends. Those other things. I was wondering about Relic of Legends in the Bard class decks in Pioneer. Which I'm not sure if it's like all that good, but it lets you play the legends for free. And then like if you actually reach level 3 with Bard class, you can actually dig a lot into your deck and do lots of stuff. So it's kind of interesting. It's not the worst card ever, but it doesn't solve the problems in your deck, possibly. Kinnan, let's go. Yeah, it can produce significant amount of mana of Kinnan. How many copies of each legend are you going to play in this kind of a deck? Let's look. Bard class. No results. Last 3 months, no results. Alright, 2018. Finally, some results. This deck fallen off. It's never been too big though, but the last 5-0 result for Gallias, for Targnar, for Domri, for Xenagos, and Mirror Box too, I guess. For the legend rule to not apply. The legend rule does not apply. It's probably not a very good deck, and that card probably does not even fit into it. So let's answer it. Play bar class and they kill it and you die. Pretty sad experience. Fair. Tap tap tap. Skibbity pip parap up. Tip tarap tap. Skibbity dip dip parap up. Tip tarap tap. Skibbity dip dip tarap tap. I'm Scott Mom. Box Amber at home. Well, it clearly has a higher ceiling than Mox Amber, whose ceiling is to never do anything ever. And to viciously suck. Is 1 or 5 the best? Take a wild guess. Alright, I'm gonna give it 1. It is actually pretty weak, and I think it does not fit into the deck super well, even after thinking about it more. Playing a legend-themed deck is also fighting against the rules of the game. Karn's Silex. Bros. Before Karn's Silex is going to be discussed, I want to ask you, to what extent is Karn Urza? Because after all, Karn does have Urza's spark. I think is powered by Urza's spark or something like that. Because Venser's spark. Did he have the Karn's spark and then got the Venser's spark instead when he was Phyrexianized? Damn. This is maybe playable in Amulet Titan side because you untap it with Amulet as soon as they enter, so you can use the turn you play it and kill your own Amulet. Awesome. Was Venser Phyrexianized? No, Venser gave up his spark to save Karn from being Phyrexianized. Because Karn was like oily. Alright, so let's speak about the card now. 3 mana, legendary artifact. So it's castable of Misha's Workshop. Enter tapped, weak. Players can't pay life or cast spells or... No. Players can't pay life or cast spells would be pretty powerful. Wouldn't it be? Players can't pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities that are not mana abilities, okay? X-tap. Exile Karn's Silex. Destroy each non-land element with mana value X or less. Activate only as a sorcery. Tell one Misha's Workshops plus Silex. GG's. People say that, but like... Why is they GG? Why is it your opponent like... Why did you win? They're like, okay, I will not force your next play. I guess I will force the Silex. Or I was just not force at all. Shots of fetches. Oh, okay, shutting of fetches kinda powerful, kinda annoying. I think the activation kinda sucks. It costs plenty of mana. It ATB stopped. Only as a sorcery. Could use it as a card, a great content creator target, but then you fetch it, play it, it stopped. So it is still taking time to do stuff. What did the streamer give the new Ajani? I did not deem Ajani of worth of getting rated. Cure untaps it, smiley face. Sure. Can vote, bros. Prison shops could play one. It's also legendary and the activation is kinda weird and not always useful. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of this card. It does not like shape to seem to be a meaningful card piece most of the time. This is good not only for the static but for the ability. Sure, but the ability has many restrictions and downsides. Johnny Ultimate gives 2 poison counters, but doesn't say if you get 10 counters you lose the game. Do you think it should have mentioned that for newer players? I think newer players have phones and access to the internet, so they can go and Google Magic the Gathering poison counters. And it's okay if it doesn't mention that. Who gives a fuck, Lamau? Aggressive. Unnecessarily. There's a 5-mana legend that makes all your creatures land, so this is kind of funny with that. Yes, very funny. I don't know, like I'm gonna give it a 2 because not actually super terrible, but it's kind of bad, I think. Yeah, it seems to me like a current target, but a pretty bad one. How much stronger would it be if it NTB untapped as a current target? I think significantly. And that means we have talked about all the cards. It would just be a better Pernicious Deed untapped. So what, they reprinted Pernicious Deed in Modern Horizons 2 and nobody has ever played it in Modern since that. Did we evaluate any of the read-ahead sagas? No, I skipped over a lot of them. No, I think they actually didn't print, but if they would have printed Pernicious Deed, nobody would have played it. Have you talked about Front Portal? I haven't, but it's a very weak land. Let's say weak mana confluence in Pioneer. What card cycle needs to be printed to make 3 color and 4 color more viable in Pioneer? Fetch lands. It is not quite possible to make it so that it's reasonable to play 3 color mana, 3 or 4 color mana. Like it's not easy to make it so that it's reasonable to play 3 colors, but it's not reasonable to play 4 or 5. It's like, you're gonna fetch too well if you're gonna fix too well if you like aim to make 3 color mana base function. Kind of. So I think Pioneer will be a 2 color format for the most part forever. That mechanic looks pretty powerful. Well, that mechanic by itself has no quality power level wise, so I'm not sure of it. Like, it does not mean anything, so it's kind of weird for me to say that the read ahead sagas look powerful. It's like, yeah, bro, like the creature type seems powerful. They can attack and block. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. All right, let's go over the extras that I haven't mentioned. So Cruelty of Jix is kind of powerful, kind of free, powerful effect. It's almost like a Planeswalker for 5 mana, but only the third chapter impacts the board, and even that, it doesn't matter where you add a thing, not remove, so it's a little bit stinky, I think. A little bit passive. Like, you could play one copy in your like red-black mid-range deck, but finding the third path, like the upside is pretty big, I guess. So. I don't think Cruelty is really worse than Eldest Reborn, although it's kind of similar. Finding the third path, you can say 2-drop off of it. I guess I was thinking about it. Maybe you can play it in Phoenix, enable Cruise, because it does mill you for 4, and it can be free to cast, kinda, if you cast a 2-drop off of it. Oh, but it seems a little bit hard to line up. I guess if you don't have a spell, you can cast mill yourself for 4 and then cast a Cruise, but I don't think it's really like, it's nice maybe in theory, but you'll never end up putting this into your deck because you just never gonna look at a card and think, oh yeah, I can cut this card to put Founding the Third Path into my deck and it's gonna make it better. Spike Cell likes us in Modern Mill. They play many spells to even play Glimpse, the Unthinkable, etc. Guess maybe. The Eldest Dragon War. Sure, that does seem like a standard card to me. So yeah, I think I have read ahead all the sagas. So, the strongest cards, it seems to me, in the set are Liliana for Pioneer, Painlands for Pioneer, the Elven Lord for Pioneer, and Leyline Binding for Modern. Those are my bets for the bangerest cards of the set. Quote me on that in 3 weeks when we realized that there was a Fable of the Mirror Breaker / Ledger Shredder card that I never talked about even in the review because I forgot. Rather, I didn't even realize it was good. Is this a financial advice stream? Yes. Merfolk Lolord or Goblin Lolord. Those are fine cards, but they're not as strong as the others I mentioned. Also the Delirium Burn spell. Yeah, I guess I'm only hit too. When will Dominaria be on MTGO? Tomorrow is the update. Thursday, drafts will be available. Tomorrow on chests, Thursday and boosters. Which then means that Friday from bots. Tomorrow I don't stream as it is Wednesday. How many woke Kanekis was Fable? I didn't even rate the card. I guess before we finish the stream we can play a match of Vintage Cube. But those was my impression of. We can play. I lost my train of thought. Is Fable the strongest card printed in recent sets? I think Fable is the most overrated card printed in recent sets. So I guess I don't think it's the strongest. Yeah, Triumphs or Boseiju are like... Boseiju is definitely a stronger card. We don't want to be playing the Wall. Selfless Spirit. Lion Sash. The Intrepid Adversary. I have 2 dorks only, and I have no other fast mana. So maybe I want the Wall for an early play. Could play Ponder off the splash, but I think we gonna avoid that. We could not play Fractus, gonna play under 2-drop. Maybe the Anniversary is not so bad after all. We definitely want to play the Fairy though. Gonna play Breeding Pool, Savannah, Breeding Pool. Breeding Pool, Horizon Canopy, Caracas, okay. And we're going to just high roll with Channel, big colorless thing most of the time. Could cut the wall and play 17th land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do I play Field of the Dead in this? Yes, I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 land names. Just like the 4 planes a bit stinky, but... Oh, it's fine. LFG go. You get to play 1 match before I leave. Oh! How do you rate my deck? I think it's not that good. But it seems functional. Worst decks have 5 votes. What happened? Where's my play match button? Could white cards play more forests? Scan my green sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A bit low. Probably should play an extra one. Where's my pairing though? Interesting. I could cut the white cards, but I have so many that I will not have a playable deck because I only have one Tractus in my sideboard. I think you should try to maximize channel. Yeah, I think I'm doing that. I guess that could mean one extra forest over a plains. For Ponder, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sources. And the Noble Hierarch, which feels a little bit low to me, so I think I'll skip it. But it would find the channel a bit more often. I don't like playing Southern Titan in the dark, also with Black Triumph. I have Field of the Dead. So the card typically ends up backfiring. Unless you ramp into it with actual colorless mana and you have like one basic type in your deck. Preferably islands, so that Pure Point also has islands. But it might be hard to cast Emrakul otherwise. Definitely, but I'm fine with that. Arguably, Thundering Titan is also a better card to channel out on turn 2 than Emrakul. Although that gets kind of muddy rather quickly. Any opponents? Chururu. Alright, let's go. Last time you'll click the join button, unless I play tomorrow in the morning, but probably could be never join much again. Powerful. I keep. Oh no. A red deck will quite possibly contain removal spells. A red black deck. Oof. Stompage. Duress. Not a very effective card against my hand. I'm glad they played it instead of their Bone Crusher Giant. Skyclave Shade. Alright, the race is on. Tak, zaraz będę kończył. Zaraz będę kończył, więc tak. Can block the figure, but I think Mooly Dooley is pretty significantly better. What do I think was the dumbest mechanic ever in Magic? I don't mean broken, just dumb. Cleave, Megamorph. I think are up here. Undergrowth. No, I mean Undergrowth just lame. Is Emrakul a land? It is not a land, no. Forecast. Forecast was pretty stupid, yeah. It was very rigid in how it worked. Kind of like in an unfun way. So I play against a deck where Fractask seems okay. And Wall of Omens seem okay. Can maybe cut an Emrakul. Maybe Mystic Confluence. Please don't kill my Noble Hierarch, I really need it. Let's lead with the Triumph actually. I don't need 2 mana on the next turn. Awkward. Would Figure of Destiny play in standard? Maybe. Depends on the standard format. I don't know what is it. What is in standard right now exactly. I would like to cast the Solitude if possible. Who's your favorite MTG villain? Yeah, Andrea Mengucci. That fits. Figure of Destiny in their red in their Mountain Swamp deck is not so great, I feel like. Did I mention my coverage in Paris already? Yes. Not today, I guess, but I will be covering Paris. I will be a commentator in that tournament, bros, so you might hear me talking about Magic the Gathering cards. I guess I could just flash the Avacyn and eat Glorybringer if it attacks. Take 5. Maybe I want Solitude anyways. Not to drop to 5. Seems like a good Avacyn spot, so I guess. Not exerting. Ooh, let the dogs out. Solid Boros Signet. Bros Signet. I have Caracas Avacyn. It's pretty potent too. And next turn get 3 free zombies from Field of the Dead with Mirari's Wake. In the meantime, my opponent plays Olivia into my Caracas. I spend 6. I bounce. I tap land. Okay. I play Signet post combat. Okay. That was almost bad for us. Yeah, I was like, oh shit. But then I was like, oh yeah. Okay, let's play one more. Deck clearly has a nice flow. There's not gonna be any modern today. I'm gonna queue up this draft, and no banlist modern will happen on Thursday on this channel in the anticipation of the super stream happening soon. Wait, Zag of Triumph? I also have Zag of Triumph. How did that happen? We play the soap. Spawns the soap. You can draw something to channel or a untapped land. No. Bro, when the registration closes, I don't remember. Registration for what? No balance modern. No channel hex drinker. I don't have enough green, but that also wouldn't be... I mean, maybe it would be good enough, actually. Had I the ability to do so. It's pretty strong to hex drinker. Where's deckless submission? Just up until when the tournament starts. I will be sending the MTG Melee links to those who have entered the tournament tomorrow. So if you join the MTG Melee event, you're going to be able to see all the details in there, but it's just going to be right up until the tournament starts. Country Rose. Kill my noble hierarch is a decision for sure. Interesting. I guess they died to the Garuk otherwise. So makes sense. 6. Yeah. They probed me too. I played Vintage Cube and Paper with some buddies last night. I spent 15 life to channel Emrakul about 4 or 5 times and it felt excellent. Based. It's pretty cool to channel an Emrakul on turn 2. Every now and then would probably get a little bit boring. It happened every game. Okay. Hey Canister, which version of Mono Green would you play in Pioneer? Stride, G, GB, or G White? I'm not sure. Uh, but I think the Black Splash seemed relatively powerful to me one time when I played it. Can pour in Sundering Titan if they have Field of the Dead in their deck. Apparition has some targets. Endurance kinda sucky. How about Mono Green Uberge? Not a huge fan of that. I think the Bolas is just kinda weak. But the Black Splash for like both Vraska and pushes are actually pretty useful. How about the Fairy? I think that the Fairy Splash is a meme. Like those cards are just not castable enough to make it reasonable. It's like not, the card is clearly not good enough to outweigh the uncastability. But granted, I have not played with it. I can play, obviously. It's good for you. Problem is what happens outside of play. I think. Southern Titan seems fairly useless. Maybe Emrakul can do some damage, but it's not trivial to do damage in a board state like this. Okay, Jace helps with the ability to Pro Blast. Thanks for the insight, Canister. It's canister with a single N. How many probes per person will be registered in the NBL tournament in your opinion on average? 2. I think not everyone will have a probe. I think many will, but not everyone. I could wait with the channel and Ulamog next turn. If Emrakul is not gonna be enough. But it's probably gonna be enough. I'm very disappointed that I will miss the NBL tournament. Hopefully the VOD will be as juicy as Jaya. Yes. Might perform a video. Might construct a video of that. Interesting. So I could either attack with Jay's skill itself, or I could discard Time Spiral, kill the Jace with the removal, Inquisition what's left. Congrats on the commentary gig, hope it goes well and you enjoy it. Yes, I hope that is going to be the case too. Hopefully. Thank you. Maybe I'll play the Zag of Triumph. They can cycle. I mean, they probably will not win if they cycle. Maybe the extra mana is going to be crucial. Let's not play it. No, like let's not play it. The mana seems more likely to matter. May I ask what you get paid for commentating in Paris? You can ask, but I think I'll refuse to answer for now. I will tell you later, chat. For now, thank you for watching the stream, bros. Two on the cube, but I'll finish it someday, sometime later. Stay hydrated, and I will see you on Thursday on this stream where I will be playing NBL Modern. Stay hydrated, Dominarians. I call you Dominarians because new Dominaria happens soon.